Okay, welcome on in, everybody, to the Dragon's Den. Twice now where I've started and I've left my. So welcome on into the Dragon's Den, digital Luke streamer Twitch. Um, I wanted to do an impromptu stream today, just simply to one test my internet connection. So I've been having some issues the last few streams with internet. I've been connecting via wireless on one of my 5G wireless channels. So it was the only thing going on that wireless channel was my streaming computer, but I was still having a lot of drop frames. Today, what I did was I got this like 100-foot long Ethernet cable, and I'm directly connected via Ethernet to my streaming computer, and it's running down the stairs, across the hall, through the master bedroom type thing. So what I wanted to do was test out and see if this reduces my latency issues and my drop frames before I go and start drilling holes and stuff like that to do a home run or a physical cable run from the master bedroom into the attic and into the spare bedroom. Um, so welcome on in, everybody. 491 Phantom, thank you for being here. Tech Jeeper, hello. Yeah, it's a day stream. I'm still on leave for right now for the holidays. I go back to work on Monday. So I figured let me jump on here and see if I could just test my internet speeds a little bit and see and stuff and see if I have issues. Um, and I will probably do the same thing a little bit later tonight, just to check out during my normal streaming time whether there's still an issue or not. You say it's pretty wavy. What do you mean by that? Okay, so the audio is still a little funky. Um, so let's see. Audio's cutting in and out. Okay. I wonder if some of that is just. I do have noise cancellation on the mic. There's really nothing going, just me and my voice right now. And all printers are taking a coffee break. Nothing is running right now. It is pleasantly and peacefully quiet. And the reason nothing's running right now is the Trident has a item on it that I am testing out under an NDA right now. So I can't run that, or I'm not going to run that during stream unless I'm actually doing a print that I for another project. I just can't show things off. Um, and really, I'm waiting. KB3D Chris told me on stream yesterday that he's working on exporting the files for me for the black box. So me and Poity will start printing all of our files for the black box soon, which is another reason why I kind of want to get this closed up. Um, because I do have some tungsten nozzles, and I'm thinking seriously about swapping the standard nozzle on this for a tungsten carbide Fadus nozzle and trying to print some of my black box parts on this printer, because the plan is to print all the black box parts in polycarbonate carbon fiber. I'm going to do PCCF from um, uh, Prilene that I got off Amazon, and I'll run some of that and see if I can get it dialed in, and if I like it. If I do, I'll go with it. If not, then I'll reach out to Chris and have him uh, ship me some of his. I believe he carries PCCF by O Labs. I also have some PC Max, excuse me, Polymax PC from um, polymaker, I think I have blue and black, so I have some options as well. Um, yep, exactly, Phantom. Same thing here. U.S. Air Force TS plus. Go with that. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna stick with the NDAs. It's the first time I've been able to get uh, a product ahead of time and get an NDA, so I'm not going to squander that opportunity. I'm going to try and grow with it. I will say I've gotten confirmation from a couple of vendors. If you saw my post earlier concerning the celebration stream on February 10th. Yeah, I'm finding if it's too far to the side or if it's right directly underneath my chin, actually right directly underneath my chin seems to work a little bit better. It's over to the side, it does kind of break up a little bit. Um, but yeah, I'm waiting until I have at least a couple of sponsors confirmed on what we're going to have before I start saying, okay, I've got these sponsors, and then as we get closer to the date, I will start listing out what all we're going to have for the big giveaway stream or celebration stream. So I started streaming in early January last year. Really, I wanted to start streaming during my full shutdown Christmas break. But just like last year, my son came out, so I waited until after he left and then started streaming. Since then, we've kind of grown the stream a bit. We've done quite a few builds on the stream, and we've got some pretty consistent, solid dates of Tuesdays and Thursdays at 5:30 and Saturdays at 10 a.m. And we've been keeping those going, so that's really good. We've thrown some extras here and there, like today, just to test some out or to get ahead because it's starting to back up. Um, so I really wanted to celebrate, streaming for a year as well as, well, February 10th is my actual birthday. When I looked at the calendar and realized they fell on the same day, I was like, let me combine them. Let me make it easier rather than doing a stream anniversary in January and then a month later doing another type of thing for my birthday. Let's just combine them, do it all at once. Makes it easier trying to get some vendors lined up. I am going to throw a few things in as well to, I'll say, clear out some of my back stock on some things. Um, I have things like some Dragonfly hot ends, um, and just some things that I've picked up that I don't have a necessary home for, but I wanted to pick up a couple of things. So there will be a few things that will be given away out of my own stock, just because I want to give back to the audience and build the community. So it just makes sense to me. Um, hey, Tear Jerker, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, we just been doing a little bit of chatting and stuff. Let me get to right manual. This is pretty bad. This is what happens when you've got two streams going at the same time. So we've been doing the Annex Engineering K3 build as well as Chewy's build, which we'll be working on tomorrow morning, which is a Voron 2.4. So you'll see here I've got, the SB 2240 manual, got the Big Tree Tech Octopus, got the 2.4 manual, then the SKR EZ board that I use for this. I've got that manual. Oh, hey, here's the Annex Engineering one. Um, but I keep these all up and running so that I can continue to look ahead and see where I'm at in the build process and what's coming up next, so I can make sure I have all the right parts. I know what parts are, and just try and streamline things a little bit as I'm jumping between builds. Excuse me. So one of the things that we're going to do is we're going to start off by adding the two rear uppers, which are these pieces that the top hat will sit on. We've got three magnets at the top, and In the back, you would normally use what I'll say is the standard build out. So you've got the 3 magnets at the top, and you've got 2 heat sets on each side, and these are just there to keep symmetry with the parts. On one of these parts, you'll add one of our countersunk round magnets, and this is for the door panel. And normally that piece will go right here and it'll sit like this so that your door panel's closing. Well, if you remember right, we built this as a side pack. So this is the backpack is still at the back of the printer. I could have moved it to the right side to make the side pack, but that would have required my bed wires to loop around completely underneath the bed and out into the back pan. I didn't like that because there's no real strain relief on the bed wires. So my fear is, just breaking the bed wires over time of going up and down. So I left the backpack in the correct position. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to swap front panel or the front door over to this side and the side panel to this side. I'm not going to change any of the kinematics, so it may look cattywampus as we are printing, but I'm fine with that. I'm all good with that. So instead of putting this one here with that magnet facing me, we're going to set that back here with the magnet facing out. And instead of doing the 2 screws, because the 1 screw is directly right behind this side panel, just putting the 1 in the back here on both of these back sides. And then we'll do all 4 on all the other posts. So I am going to turn this sideways. Need our M3x8 socket head screws. And we're just going to set this up there, make sure we're not kinking any of our wires in the process. Line that up and screw it in. And when I'm screwing this in, I'm going through a 3mm aluminum back panel. That's this black back panel is 3mm aluminum through a 3mm aluminum spacer and then into the heat set insert. So there's a good deal of aluminum there. And I like that the spacers are aluminum because it will help hold the heat in and should reduce any issues of warpage over time by any printed part. Because if we did use a printed part there, would have some warpage. So we've got those 2 in. Now, interestingly enough, what we're going to do, and hey, Nick, welcome on in. Welcome on in. So we've got these 2 back pieces in. Then it's going to tell us to basically use the top plate here to center things. Now, I did get a little bit of my CA glue out here, so there's a bit of a blemish. So my plan is to set that on the back side over here. But we're just going to take these, set them in place, just like that. They snap in pretty. And then we want to start working on our side pan. Okay, so we're going to do this side and this side. Start off bringing it this way, and we'll do this side first. And it's great that it shows it standing up, but that's really, really, we'll just say untenable. Hey, Westery, how's it going? Yeah, I'm trying out my streams, so I haven't dropped any frames yet, which is amazing, considering how my stream was going yesterday. So I got to set this down lightly. And because there's an overhang here, I I set that off the edge, but I'm going to need this laid down like this, and there's going to be a reason for that. And I've got pieces that go across all of these areas here in aluminum, and I'll show you what I mean by that. So these pieces, look for the right ones, will go crossing, and then there'll be another two here. And I want to say, yes, are showing the extra um, hole here to go into the side piece. And I am noticing, for whatever reason, my other uprights, um, they have all the standard holes. See if I can set this one down right next to the other one. So I do have a set of uprights that you'll notice all of the holes line up, but there's another hole missing. So I think I've got a set of uprights that are missing holes. So I may actually drill these extra holes in real fast before I do anything else. I'm just going to do it by hand, and I will use the one as a kind of a guide to drill the other panels. So bear with me as I try and get this set up. Luckily, I have a couple of clamps up. Working on getting some set up here so I can do this without making a humongous mess. But yeah, Westry, like I said, I'm just trying out uh, my network configuration. So the last several streams, I've been using I got an upgraded router. This router has three channels. So I've got the 2.4 and two 5G channels. So my streaming computer has been running on a separate 5G channel. So it's the only thing that's running across that channel. But I'm dropping a ton of packets. So my plan was to connect up directly to the router via wire, or not wireless, a wired connection. So I do have like 100-foot long Ethernet cable, uh, Cat5e fast. So I plugged that in, and right now we've been going for 20 minutes or so, and I haven't dropped a single frame. So yeah, that means what I'm gonna have to do is get up on the attic, which my access is on the opposite side of the house. I have to walk through the attic, um, find the wall between the kitchen and the kitchen and the master bedroom, because that's where I have the wireless router sitting. And need to drill through the top sill plate, fish a cable down, seal it up, because I need to make sure that the um, between the hot and cold side of the house really sealed because I got a high energy efficiency. Um, I need to keep. Then I'll run that cable directly up and then straight over into this room, and I've got a wall outlet on this little short wall over in the corner. You guys can't. So over in this corner over here, I've got a an outlet, and right next to that, it's on a short wall next to the stairs. So I can plumb directly into that wall, sealing it up, of course, with an Ethernet jack, and then I can just run an Ethernet around somewhere middle here. I've got enough like physical routers or routers switches, so I have like a 24 port switch that I can mount a switch underneath this, and then run all of my printers can go direct connect versus wireless, which will free up a lot of the wireless stuff throughout the house because I've got like 40 or 50 wireless things on the network as well. So if I can get most of the printers over onto a physical connection, it should ease up the wireless throughout the house. And then also having my streaming computer and all my other computers over here, because I would just run one cable around to this side, throw a 5 port switch over here, and plug all of my computers. That's what I'm thinking of doing just to make things a little bit easier um, down the road. So let's get the drill out. We need a 3 millimeter drill bit, I'm pretty sure. Oh, wow, that's a little oversized. I mean, use a 3.5. The 5. Yep, they used the 3.5. Nice. The other thing I can do is use my clamps simply to get everything lined up. I'm going to center punch it. Just to make sure I get no runs or wobbles there. I'll get both of these center punched, and then I'll go ahead and drill them out. And these holes are, I'll say, offset. So you need to make sure that you have, in other words, if I take this and turn it around, the holes don't, whoops. So if I put it this way, the holes don't line up, right? If I flip this one around, all the holes line up. So now I just need to add this one hole that's missing from the other set. All I'm doing is clamping this together so that I can make sure it's nice and lined up. I'll center punch these holes, and then I will drill these holes. Clean up the edges of the holes. Now give me my other set of bars. So what we would then have to do on these is use the use the bars to set in our M3 nuts. And then once we get those lined up, get everything laid on here, we'll put the panel on here and then we'll be able to start screwing everything down. Hey, Mike, your Viking, how's it going, my friend? Welcome on in. I'm going to try and get this stuff as close as possible to the edge so that when I drill, it's going to be right over a bucket. So it'll all go right into the garbage bucket. And I have as much support as possible so I'm not bending the aluminum at an angle. And of course, the best thing would be to take this downstairs to my drill press and use the drill press to drill this out so that there's no issues. It's fully supported all the way across, yada, yada, yada. But yeah, we're improvising. Or attempting to. God, is this steel instead of aluminum? Oh, really not making any headway. Huh, that is interesting because this is not making much headway at all. And really, it should go very easily to drill through this. It's really aluminum. Okay, apparently this is not aluminum. I wonder if this is stainless steel then. Hey, zombie, how's it going? So we're just gonna have to deal with not having holes there because that ain't drilling through. Um, no, it's not Saturday. It's a Friday, and I'm trying to test out. So what I did was I direct connected my streaming computer directly via Ethernet to my router, and so far I haven't dropped a single packet frame. So I think this is my solution going forward. What I'm going to do now is I'm just going to kind of move this bar to the side just like I would with a linear rail. And I'm just going to put in my rolling T-nuts and try and line them up with the holes as best as possible. Just by eyesight here. And then we'll go ahead and, put it over and make our final adjustment so that when we go to put the back panel on, or excuse me, the side panel on, everything should be fairly well lined up. Those sides here. Lined up kind of visually, and then we'll we'll use our little tweezers to get things fully lined up here. So, and for those of you that are interested, last night we did our first print on this build. And if you give me a second, I will show that off. I did post pictures to Twitter, but uh, pull it up a second and show it off. There we go. So this is the turbo snake, Annex Engineering turbo snake. And at first I was like, okay, is this just I didn't use enough walls and stuff? But no, there is a texture on the model. There is kind of a mottled texture to it. This did come out looking great. It is a functional hole, so it is a full turbo basically. Got your fans, you got the annex down here. The bottom came out really well as well. So yeah, that's pretty cool and pretty awesome for the first print with zero tuning. All I did was tune E-steps. That's all I've done so far. I didn't want to get into a lot of tuning just yet because I need to, well, one, if I tune for like input shaping and all that stuff right now, as soon as I add all the panels, which in this case, these could be stainless steel spacers with an aluminum sheet on two sides, it's going to add a lot more rigidity and a lot more weight. So it would throw off any input shaping that I did. So yeah, I am really not looking forward to next week going back to work after so many days off because, you know, between just simple things like email and stuff like that, because one, not the entire company was off during the shutdown because of course we've got customers that we have to support. Um, but a good portion of the company was off. So I'm probably still going to come back to a few hundred to 1,000 emails just because a lot of them are system generated. So not looking forward to that. And then being a manager, I know there's going to be emails about some tasks that I was putting off until after I get back anyhow. Those will be, you know, the fun personnel tasks that you got to do as a manager. Nice, zombie. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like when I was in the military, I didn't mind working during the holidays as much because it was quiet. There was not a lot of people around. You could get caught up on a bunch of things, right? But nowadays, it's like, yeah, no, let the young people do that. Let the young people do that. I'll be perfectly fine. Okay, so now we're going to go around with our tweezers, and anywhere that we need to, we'll make sure that we get this fully aligned. Need to go grab a panel. Yeah, this is pretty nice as far as the panels go because they're all this sheet aluminum to include the bottom plate. So like this would be the bottom plate to the overall printer. So there's no, I'll say, deck panel, which will cover the Z motors. So there are some printed variants that you can do for that. But the bottom panel is that aluminum panel. So that will be pretty nice and straightforward to use. There. Gotta lay down on top, and then once again, we're just going to use our tweezers to make sure that everything is aligned. You use a tweezers or like a 1.5. The reason I like using the tweezers is you can put it down in the middle, let them go, and it'll kind of stand out to get everything lined up. And then once you have everything lined up, I'll be using, what do they want? Panels in place. You know what? Something tells me the back panel, oh, I know how to use 20 M3 by 10s. See the M3 by 10, 8s, 12s, 8s. Yeah, so our Q2 ends in January. So it's just a simple thing of all businesses set their own quarterly calendar. So yeah, it's just everything gets all cattywampus. People want to be extra special, and they tend to set their calendar based on like when they start the company versus anything really special or critical. So now what I'm going to try and do here is just do a the corners first. I'm not going to tighten it all the way down. I just want to get them snug so that things don't move. Don't move on me too much. And because these bars may move a little bit. Um, yeah, so I think what I may wind up having to do is work on taking the backpack down, or at least enough that I can take the side spacer bars out, because I think what I didn't notice was that the backpack shouldn't have that extra hole in it on the spacer bars, because um you're not going to put a bolt up here at the top, which would mean the one that I have here that does have that extra hole for the bolt will be needed for the other side. Hey, Royal Nomi, how's it going? How's it going? How's the knee feeling? Hopefully you're doing well. More, welcome in. You haven't taken any work time off in 15 years because you retired 15 years ago. I feel you. Feel you. Um, so I retired from the Air Force um in 2010. Kind of hard to say because it's been about 13 years since I've been active duty. Um, it's nice, but I'm of course still out there working and then doing this a few days a week as well. So I do my part in the middle, work my way out. And I'm sure I could be using my torque wrench for this right now, but oh well. Okay. I'm surprised they still have you in a straight knee brace instead of one that bends. Okay, the kneecap hasn't settled in place yet. Okay. Understood. Understood. So these last two here are going into the printed part. So through the deck, through the spacer, and into a M3 by 5 by 4 heat settings. Okay, so there's one side done. Now, what I kind of mentioned is I'm going to rotate this around front, running out of places to grab hold of this at, feels like. Kind of had a feeling I was going to knock that off eventually. So what I want to do is undo this side panel to see if I can't move the spacer out. And what that will then enable me to do is um, replace this spacer with one of these that doesn't have that extra hole at the top because it won't be needed on the back plate. That'll give me the spacers that do have the holes in it that I can then use on on the front side of the printer. So this build will not get the ERCFA Timor. The Trident 350 kit that I got um, has parts for, I think it's a 6-cart ERCFA. And my plan is to actually make that a ERCFA 2. What this one's going to get is the trad rack, and this will mount on the side panel here. But um, I I had a ERCFA board hanging on the back here, but this is actually the Nebula board, which was a prototype for this, and none of my wires fit. So I'm going to have to basically extend or redo all my wires. So for the most part, the wires that come out the back here are coming up into connectors. So from the motor, it comes right to here, and then there's another connector joint. So I just have to remake these connectors or just solder onto the ends and extend these out some because they would come around and go through the front edge of this board here. But this would wind up mounting something like that on the side. Probably go up higher right there. And all of my spools can come down up from the bottom. Yeah, that's the plan there for the Annex Engineering K3. So we got this off, which gives me access to all of the screws, so I can take the screws out. that one out. This one in. Looks like it goes in with 8s instead of 10s. Instead, do you why we use 8s on one side and 10 or 10? Okay, doing an ERCFA on a on the Mercury 0G. I don't see why that wouldn't work. Yeah. Don't you hurt my Nomi now, Westry. And how's BC doing, Nomi? Doing well. Hope he is doing well. Gee, oh, the hardware has. Oh, you're now interested in ERCFA V2? Yeah, that one. Either I centered that one or I pushed it completely out of the way. Hope we. I have a feeling that this one has bad threads. Yeah, Timor. So the I got the deep fried hero 350 Trident kit, and it comes with a 6 cart ECRF. So the plan is to build that. So I'm going to build that as the V2. I don't know how much I'm going to have to, replace or swap out or what have you, but we'll figure that out as we go. But just like any good build, I mean, you got to unbuild and rebuild. What we're doing here is fixing a small mistake. Okay. As long as you're playing and she knows it. Yeah, I'm gonna wind up. I'll have a trad rack. Um I'll have the trad rack. I'll have the um ERCFA or ERCFA V2, one of those two. Um, and then my MMU unit went over. The MMU2 is still on Purple Haze, which is over at Evil Diesel's house. And then I would like to do a MMU3 for the um Cruiser Mark IV, but I'm waiting for those kits to come out and be available because right now they've got the MMU3 out, but it's only for like the 2.5S and Mark 3S. So, of course, my preference would be to run the Mark 3 MMU on the Cruiser Mark 4 so we get all the goodness all the way around. Yeah, and you've got the AMS, which the AMS and AMS Lite are awesome solutions. I just wish that there was one that wasn't completely locked down because at least with like the MMU and the SMUF and the ERCFA, you can use those with any printer with some tinkering. But with the AMS, it's the closed ecosystem, and I get it. There's reasons for that because it's a commercial viable company. I get it. Um, it just kind of sucks. Um, and then you've got CoPrint that's going to be coming out with their solution, which is looking pretty interesting. So I'm curious to see where things go this next. I think we've got a lot to be looking forward to. Okay, so we've almost got our fixes made. I didn't cable or once again, there's two versions of this screen. There is an HDMI version, which requires a little bit of space because it's got an HDMI to HDMI and USB to USB adapter. You know, those little 90-degree adapter boards that pop in. Um, this is the DSI version, which just connects via the Raspberry Pi DSI connector. And the Raspberry Pi sits right on top of some pogo pins, which provides the uh whatchamacallit. It provides the power to that board. Now, how do I want to set this flip 180? So the next panel is going to go on this side. It's going to be the other aluminum panel. So I need to gently set this on its back plate. Being mindful of my umbilical down there. Grab the top hat that I dropped off here. Top hat. And the other corner piece that I'm going to need. That will go up here. Start with my M3 Roland T-nuts. Thanks for the lurk, Westry. Yeah, I have a feeling that Creality will. I think they see that that's where part of the market's going, and they're very keen on jumping into the market and saturating it with inexpensive options. I'm not sure if set options will be good or be the best, but they will be there. They will be inexpensive. Hopefully, it's not tied to Reality Cloud. And they realize that a lot of their printers are, we'll say, stepping stones, right? So people get a lot of their printers, especially the Ender and CR series, and print with them. And then at some point, they evolve. And when they evolve, they start modding, and some of those may be simple mods, some of those may be full rebuilds to other things like our Ender XZ or the Ender belt. Now, if it's tied to, say, the CR or the K1 or the K1 Max, well, that's probably going to be some different, say, calculus for those. Um, but yeah, just looking forward to see what comes out in the new year. Those are there. Um, oh, is that for his the one that he had on his 0G? Yeah, that's definitely something we could do. Of course, I have not seen him as active on his YouTube channel. I'm not sure what's going on there. Um, I'm not gonna say he's ghosted us. I think he's got some life stuff going on right now, like a lot of us. There's those. Let's get our last panel unwrapped. Oh, trying hard not to move anything so that we can keep everything as lined up as possible. All right, so work on getting these put in. Trying to hope that I don't have to take this apart anytime. 20 screws on each side panel, along with the um, then you also have the spacers. Once again, you could undo it standing up. I would probably suggest not doing that just because And I am awful curious to see like just how heavy this thing feels once all of these panels are on. And they definitely somebody needs to. I'll check, but there needs to be handles designed that'll go through the side well. Just because there's no fun way to pick this up. Just because there's no handle on it. Yeah, like I said, Timor, I don't think he's ghosted us per se. I just think he's got a lot of stuff going on that kept him from channel. Um, but yeah, okay. So we got two of our side panels. Now it wants us to do the bottom. So I will set this over on its top as gently as I can so I don't cut my thing up. I'll take the feet out that I put in earlier. These were I just put these on there temporarily so I didn't jack up my tabletop. Have those there. We've got our plates going to go on bottom here. And then we'll have our fifth bottom plate. We'll have a couple of printed parts that'll just add a little bit of pizzazz to it. Those four are lined up. The oops, 4 printed parts here, and they go with the rounded over side goes down. We're using M5 by 30 pocket head cap screw. Five by thirty. Interesting. 5 by 30. Through the printed part, through the metal, and into the extrusion. So it doesn't talk about using any any Loctite on these. I mean, there are feet. Yeah, we'll go ahead and put just a bit of Loctite on them. Probably not going to require a lot, just a few threads worth. Not going to tighten that one all the way just yet because I do need to try and get a couple of more in to make sure everything's lined up appropriately. There, threads. Did I lose everybody or did everybody just get busy and get still showing 0 drop frame? It got real quiet. And looking at these are the right, or these are the feet that came with it, but based on the size, it almost looks like these are a different um, rubber foot than what they were expecting with the kits or off the bomb. So I probably need to um, just order some of the standard, I'll say Voron um, ones. 25, 40, or 50. Because yeah, those bigger ones I think would actually fill that gap a lot better and would look more appropriate for this build. Hmm. I'm gonna grab button head, grab an M5 by 35, and hopefully the part's tapped far enough that the M5 by 35 will go on there. Well, actually, you know what? Let me try a 25. I think the reason I wasn't going to grab that is the black one. So be it. Definitely show it odd man out heritage then. There'll be plenty enough there to grasp on. Ah, you went and got a slice of pie. Gotcha. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, so all of our panels are on. Now, the one thing that I will notice and will say about this kit, none of the panels went on with any type of um either adhesive or um, foam tape or anything like that. So my question is how well does this seal? Right? We've got metal pressed against metal, pressed against the extrusions. We should have a good seal, but I'm not going to guarantee that we have a good seal simply because, oh, okay. I get to go and pick up all of my M3 washers that I just knocked over again. I think at least one got away. Okay, so yeah, this thing is a beast. Not gonna lie. This this 180 by 180 is heavier than all my borons. And that is straight up no lie. Oh, okay. So 3 panels on, front panels. So we have a door that we need to build up. Do a few heat set inserts and such. So we grab this, set it on the ground, get ready for a hernia. That will grab our door pieces. Gotta look through these because they're got M5 and M6. So I just need to figure out which ones I've got. So our doors, we're gonna need M354 inserts on these. What kind of pie did you get, Timor? Pumpkin, pecan, minced meat. What else? Pumpkin. There you go. Good old pumpkin pie. 354 inserts in the side as well. So yeah, love me some pumpkin pie, but we didn't have much in the way of pies this year that we brought home from my parents' house. Right now, after having my son here for, I think I've got more food in my house than I've had in a long, long time. I forget how much, you know, boys eat. And I say boys, he's 28 years old. So not a spring chicken, but yeah, he can put some food down. Okay, those two done. Trying to look to see if there's worry about. Why? I figured I was wondering. I think I did a couple of these just to have um extras rather than print just one. You always print two and spread them out just so you don't get too hot in one area. All right, I think that's all the heat sets we'll need. That out of the way so I don't burn myself. Okay. You need to figure out which ones of these and fives and quite honestly, I don't think it's going to matter. We're all about the same wiggle room wise. So whatever, whichever ones we come across and want to use at that moment. So we're back up here and we know on our door handles, going to get mounted on our door panel, which here we go. Now, let me express to you how thick that door panel is. Laser etched on the back, but this is, grab my calipers. About 5.5, 6 mil um, thick door panel. Hey, Smoltz, how's it going? How is it going? So when the door panels get screwed in, the magnet is on the outer, towards the outer side. Screws are, of course, coming in from the inside, with the outside being the door handle itself. We'll line these up and we're going to put them in with M3x8 socket head cap screw. Again on the inside. The other side's going to get that's an flathead screw. Screws here. %, currently. Wow. Pacific Northwest. Got it. So when you tighten these down, you want to just snug it up, especially on the magnet. If you put too much pressure on the magnet, you will crack it. I've got one that I have cracked already. Um, and yeah, that was a sad day. I'm waiting to see if I have one spare so I can swap it out. Hopefully I do. This side is once again an M3x8. On the inside, magnet Hey, Numeric, welcome in, welcome in. Bolts, welcome in as well. So we've got our door handles done. Now we put our heat set inserts in over there. Now we're going to start building our hinges. Need the M5 by 40, M5 by 40s. F695 2RS bearings, M5 1mm washer. The bearings over here. This one, flange side down on this. Press fit. If not, don't force it. Go in and clean up the edge a little bit. There we go. That popped in there. Now we're going to take the M540. We're going to put a 1-inch washer, 1mm washer / spacer on it. Top. Another 1mm spacer on the bottom. One of our door hinges. A little tight. Let me grab a M5 reamer. That out a little bit. We want these to be hinges, not the pieces that have to be screwed all the way in. So that particular screen is here. I'll show it to you in a second. But it's a DSI screen. So the wave share comes in two models. There is a DSI and an HDMI. The HDMI model, of course, is connected with an HDMI. Normally, it could be a cable, but it's got a little adapter board. Where the DSI connects with a flat ribbon cable, and the Raspberry Pi mounts directly to the display. So yeah, if you give me a second, I will show you once we get the door put together. Or actually, do I have the weight? Give me 1 second. Yeah, so on the 7.9-inch display, this is the actual display, laying display side down. Your Raspberry Pi mounts directly to the, so these four lugs right here are the mounting lugs for the display itself. The Raspberry Pi has studs, mounting lugs that it mounts directly onto, and you use the DSI cable. Real short cable. It's probably, I don't know, 30 centimeters or 3 centimeters of cable. Um, and it just loops right around and connects to the leg. Now, when it does it, there are four pogo pins right where my mouse are that will, pogo are the spring loaded pins that, so you're providing your 5-volt 3 amp into the display, and then the Raspberry Pi is being powered off of 5-volt, the ground, and then two are used for the, so that's how it connects. If not, if you get the HDMI version, you'll have little adapters that will plug into the HDMI port, HDMI port to the HDMI port on um, the screen, and then one from the USB to the USB on the screen. Okay, they've got the adapters for a Raspberry Pi 4 and a Raspberry Pi 3 because they swap the layouts of. I bought my screen off of Amazon. It was the easiest way to do it. You can buy it. I think if you go to the WaveShare website, is so going to the straight WaveShare website. Um, Go and look at Pi displays. I think that's where it's at. There's an 11.9 IPS, 7.9-inch IPS. This order them right from here. And I think this is going to be all the displays going through the Raspberry. Look at the displays themselves. 7.9-inch IPS. They've got a ton of this. Um, there we go. So we've got the um, passive touch, passive touch, IPS DSI, DSI with the touch panel. Take a look at. Yeah, so this supports all kinds of different displays and PCs because you can plug it in directly to a cable. But here's what you'll see. So on this particular one here, you're seeing there's the HDMI connector to the HDMI connector on the display. So it's got like a little circuit board with 90-degree ports. And same thing over here for your USB. You'll have to bring 5-volt into the Raspberry Pi to. Um, there are mounts for this printer for the HDMI display. I've got the DSi display. I started with a mount that old guy melts plastic, OGMP, put up on, I believe, printables. And I had to modify it because the mounting lugs for my display were different. That's something to be cognizant of is, if you get a display mount for your specific printer, print out just the first few layers that have the mounting lugs, lay it on there and see if it all lines up. If not, you may have to bring it into Tinkercad and cut and move that or other. Okay. Yeah. And like I said, that's the one you brought up was the capacitive LCD HDMI display. If you want the DSi, make sure you get the one that has the DSi port. Like what's making noise? It's a plastic that I threw down the stairs. Okay, so we've got our screw with our nuts. We just cleaned out the um, holes on this so that our thing comes up nicely. We're gonna need another 1 millimeter washer. And then we're gonna need the bottom piece. One of our bottom pieces. And this gets a F695 bearing pressed in there as well. And we've already got the one spacer, so we'll slide that on. Need another washer and then an M5 lock nut. Once again, that's because we want it to hold without binding. So M5 lock nut. Hey, Pezliz, how's it going? Welcome on in. And yes, it's not Saturday, it's Friday. I was doing a stream to check out my internet. So what I did was I directly plugged my streaming computer into my internet connection using a Ethernet cable. And so far, we have yet to drop a single frame. So what that tells me is I get to climb up in my attic soon and run an Ethernet cable run up to the Dragon Den. So I'm just snugging that up so there's not a lot of play. Well, there's a little bit of play still. Just going to snug this up so I don't have a lot of play. But like I said, I don't want to cinch it down. Okay, and that's one hinge. Do this a second time. go ahead and get the other hinge built. So this, put one of our F695 bearings in, take our M5x40, use one of our 1mm spacers, washers, top, one at the bottom. Laundry and dishes from being, well, that sounds like fun. That one on there. Need to grab one of our other ones. Get an F695 bearing pressed in. There. Here. Get one of our N5 lock nuts on here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yes we can. Speaking of bowls and spoons, I've got some chili, some venison chili I need to go and heat up. A bit more. Movement. Don't have a lot of slop there, so that'll be good. But yeah, I tend to when Mrs. Dragon is out of town, I tend to eat a lot of, I'll say like stuffed peppers. So I'll just eat one of those up so it's dish in a bowl or a dish in a spoon or a fork. Do a couple of those and then boom, you're eating like a kid. So this goes on the front side. I have the panel laying down. I'm going to lift this up. Just kind of line up the hinge brackets underneath there. And these get installed with M3x8 socket head cap screws, M5 washer. That's interesting. Not a problem, numeric. Like I said, that's a really cool little display. I really like it. So M5 washer. They're in the one. Well, you know what? We'll just use one of these. M3x8 and M5 washer though. The problem with that does the N38 barely catches on the M5 washer. Why we're doing that other than facing it. It doesn't talk about using these true spacers, but the only M5 washers I have, and you know what? I'm gonna make it just not gonna use 5 spacers. Doesn't really make sense. I've got M3 washers here, like a whole plethora of them that we have to install because for anything. Here we be. We're going to use them. Makes sense. Once again, you want to tighten these up, but you don't want to crank on them with all the ugga duggas because you will. Um, well, I don't know if we're going to crack 6 millimeter polycarbonate, but you can crack your panels by over tightening them, especially if they're the acrylic panels. So just be cognizant and aware. Yeah, you need to get a bunch of washers. Now be careful, Pezliz, because you'll be like me. You'll be like, okay, I've got the standard silver hardware. So now I need silver washers. Oh, wait, now I've got the black hardware. So now I need black washers. You wind up with, you know, two different types of M3 hardware. Not even to mention, you'll need button head screws, socket head screws, flathead cap screws. It's a never ending thing. And that's why it's almost like I wanted to build a grid infinity with the most common used ones over here on the bench, then be able to swap out for the ones that I need if I don't have things like this under. Okay, so we got those. Now we're going to use M5 by 10 button head cap screws, okay, to mount this. And when we go to mount this, that also means if we're going to be using the M5 by 10 screws, that we're also going to need some T-nuts in there. So let me get these extra pieces out of the way. So many printed extra pieces. Okay, that door's there. Here comes the chunky boy. And when I say chunky boy, like I said, I cannot express to you how incredibly heavy this printer has gotten. Because once again, you've got three sides that are aluminum, plus the two power supplies and all the weight added here. It's it's starting to get out of control. Starting to get out of control. Okay, so we'll need some M5 rolling T-nuts. It's probably going to be easier for me to set this down on its side, back, what have you. Set this. So set it back. Now we're going to take our panel and just set it up here so that we can figure out how and where to line our peanuts up. Somewhat close and then come line them up. And 3 by 10, 5 by 10 button head. So interestingly enough, um, the way our magnets get installed, you actually are putting, I'll say, the face to the face versus I'll say, a face to a back, and the reason I say that's interesting is because the polarity doesn't match that. So I'm curious to see if I've got to do anything to fix the polarity on these magnets so that they actually attract versus oppose. So what I'm kind of getting at is we've got our magnets, and the way they come stacked is countersunk side, right? And all the countersunk sides are facing the same. So in essence, what we've got is a countersunk side and a countersunk side facing each other. They push away from each other rather than pull to each other. So I wonder why they did it in that orientation versus orientation. Now we need to use our little latch mechanism here. We're going to install yet another one of our countersunk magnets. Or if over time, if the polarity will change appropriately, I don't know. Do not know. Oh, thanks, Numeric. I really appreciate that. I've had some assistance from like Poity and Turtle Crawler along the way, but yeah, this has been a pretty awesome build. I'm gonna need a 5 by 10 button head, another M5 by 10, or excuse me, M5 rolling T nut. And that's going to go down here in this front left corner. So normally, yes, it would be near the um, belt, but because I've basically rotated my panels 90 degrees, or swap the right panel and the left, or the right panel and the front door panel. This allows me to get in here a little bit easier. Up, up. Okay, so now I have a door panel. This is where I kind of go like, how do I grab this where I don't put stress on a part that probably shouldn't have stress on it? So once again, these magnets, since they're lining up face to face, they're kind of not, um, they don't attract face to face. They would attract face to back. But then how do you put in a countersunk screw there, unless I don't know how you do that. And if I just swapped in a standard M3 bolt, I would have better adherence than going with the magnet on that door. So once again, there's the door. The magnets are pushing away from each other because it's magnet face to magnet face. Repair magnets. What do you mean by repair magnets? Oh, repair. The problem is all the magnets are are in the same orientation. It wouldn't matter if I switched out the magnets because all the magnets are are in the same. So you've got counterbore magnets, so you can put a flathead screw in them. They're all in the same polarity because they were all stacked in the same way. What they needed is to have counterbores one way and counterbores basically drilled the opposite way so that you would have pairs that would attract to each other. There's no way for these to truly attract to each other, even if I switch them out for 5 different magnets. They're always going to push away from each other because they're all in the same magnetic polarity. Unless I had a way of swapping the polarity, they're all going to um, push away from each other. The only thing I can think of is unless they literally did have different polarities and I didn't pick up on it. Which there might be. There actually might be. So hold that thought. Doesn't make any sense. Well, and that's what I was thinking is I would just swap the magnet with a screw and that should solve the problem. Because like we use a same type of magnet shroud system right here. Like these two are attracting and everything else seems to be repelling. So I'm at a loss. I don't want to necessarily say poor design. I'm going to try and work it and see what I can come up with because it could very well be that there are different polarities on these magnets and I didn't pick up on it. And so some of this could be my fault. So right, so I've got three that are now attracted to each other, and this one is not. So we came off of others. Yep. Push away, push away. Tracks there. There. All of these are attracting face to face. Why is this not closing? Tracked. All those attract. Tracked. 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 still got a magnet wonky somewhere, and I'm wondering if this is just too tight of a panel. I don't know. Too much of a spacing, too much. Hole. Okay, so that one's not attractive. That one does attract. Exactly. That one is. We'll figure it out. We'll get our match pair. So those are pretty. So yeah, apparently they are. They did have them in pairs. Must not have realized that when I put all these together. Yay, the door magnetically holds closed. Yes. Okay. This one gets swapped out. And there we go. We've got our magnets all taken care of. We figured out the riddle of the magnets. We've got our doors on, all of our panels on. We need to put our top hat on. And looking at it, we've got a couple of our magnets over here that did not, well, they didn't stay in their holes. So let me put a little bit of our super glue back in there. Put that back on. Now, apparently, the um God, it's like English is a second language for me. So my PTFE tube is going to have to come through a grommet and then out one of these side vent holes because there is no hole for the PTFE tube to come out or around. So since this is going to be the front of the printer, This will be kind of the side back. I can bring it out here through one of the side vents here or through one of the back vents, but there's really no way for me to bring this in here through the top panel without drilling a hole. So we'll remove our little stub of reverse Bowden tube. I need some other reverse Bowden tube, which by reverse Bowden tube, I mean 3 millimeter inside diameter. So yeah, trying to figure out if I've got more than one piece in here. I don't think so. We're going to need to possibly come in through the side and through our grommet to our, which will be fun because that'll make it an extra long Bowden run because this is the right side. This would be the back of the printer. This would be the left side. It would almost make sense to have my trad rack on the left side so that it's easy to access and easy to get to for maintenance. So yeah, that means my Bowden tube would then basically do a big loop around to this side. Which would be crazy, but doable. For now, let me do that like a paper cup finger. Either that or a sliver of metal. Um, this is staying there. So in essence, what we'd be looking at is the only outputs we have are our 3 grommets here. So it's got to come through one of the 3 grommets. Since our umbilical is coming through here, I want to keep it sort of away from the umbilical. So I'm going to go through the back one, bringing out the back through one of the back vents in the side of the printer. Now our trad rack, which by the way, I've pulled the ERCFR board out and I've built the enclosure for their nebula board. And so all you have to do is bring 5-volt, 12-volt, or excuse me, 5-volt, 24-volt, and your USB cable in for your trad rack, but that will be facing down. So in essence, what we'll have here is our trad rack will most likely mount somewhere in here. Got to figure out the spacing because this mount does not like the holes line up, but I think what the issue is my extrusion isn't long enough, so I'm coming up short. But this will mount right to the side of the trad rack. This will be my PTFE tube coming into the trad rack. All of my filaments will be coming in from the bottom. About the only other thing I could do is maybe set it on the top hat. All of my feeds come into the side and out through here. But yeah, that's a future me to figure out how I want to set this up. It's not critical for now, and I may be rebuilding it to a degree just with the latest files. And I'll reprint the colors so it matches the overall color scheme. Hey Aaron, how's it going? Pete, welcome on in. So I'm basically going to leave myself an extra long amount of my Bowden tube, which I really hate doing. Either that or I will cut a shorter version and then have to have a longer version once I do trad rack. Just to make sure, because the last thing I want to do is run, almost a meter of Bowden tubing just to feed filament into this printer. Yeah. So I'll find a good place, cut this off here in the back so I can run filament off the bench top into this and leave the camera here so you can see it printing. Now, as far as the printer is concerned, this side here, so I am facing the front of the printer as far as the printer configuration is. So X goes this way, Y goes this way. Okay. So it's going to be cattywampus when you're looking at it from the front here because you're really looking at it from the right side. And I do not want to go because I would have to modify the Z tilt. I would have to modify pretty much all of the macros for where the purge bucket and everything is at. It's just so much easier to say it's here. This is the way it's going to. And if I ever get my hackles up, it's take the door panel off, take this off, and swap them back over. And you're looking at the front of the machine as well. We'll have this back there. How's it going, Aaron? Welcome on in. So like I said, I'm going to just cut this length of PTFE tubing back here so that I can run some filament in. And we will possibly come in and do another test, maybe with something other than PLA. Get my PTFE tubing put up. So tomorrow I will be working on the 2.4 build for Chewy. I just wanted to get going on this and, like I said, test my stream setup. I have a piece of Cat5 Ethernet running all the way to the back bedroom or back downstairs into the router. And so everything there is, yeah, English. So I've run direct wire Ethernet back to my router, and I haven't dropped a single frame in 2.5 hours. So, hey, Creatix Brit, how's it going? We now have all of our panels on our printer. Top hat's on. So my PTFE tube is running through a grommet on the side, through my electronics panel, and just running out the back. Eventually, I will have a trad rack, which is like an MMU unit hanging on this side of the printer, which means my Bowden tube's going to have to come all the way over to it in order to uh, bring my filaments over and in. So that will be a blast. Once again, there's our electronics panel now, or yeah, our electronics. 48-volt power supply, 24-volt power supply, SSR for the heated bed, so it's mains voltage bed. The 24-volt is feeding an SKR3 running TMC 2209 drivers, and that's feeding the Z-stepper motors and the extruder motor, and of course running all the fans and everything. All the cables come up out of here into a distribution board with a 16-pin umbilical cable. And then we've got our 48-volt that feeds into a Annex Engineering Constellation Supernova board. And this is running 4 TMC 5160T Pros by Big Tree Tech. These are all running at 48 volts, and that's doing my X and Y gantry. We have a 24-volt to 5-volt buck converter that's feeding into our Raspberry Pi and the screen. And that's been doing well so far. The all shiny, which was another washer that went off. I do have all of these boards are direct connected via USB back to the Raspberry Pi. So 1, 2, and then our beacon makes 3. That leaves me one output on the Raspberry Pi, either for a camera or I can do a another board, which will be the trad rack nebula board. I'll have to run a USB cable around to that board, and that will feed in here as well. So everything here talks via USB versus CAN. There's our panel that just pops on with magnets. I'm going to turn this around. I am going to find the new power cables that I just bought because they have a 90-degree plug on them. At least I think I'm going to find them. All 3 of those. So they're up here in the Dragon Den somewhere. The question is where? Where did Luke stick them? I feel like I had this conversation with myself multiple times of where I put the things that I bought in Dragon's Den. Oh, there they are. I found it. So with the orientation of the plug, and also because I wanted to make sure I had longer cables if I take this to a show. I believe these are 10-foot cables. Get the 10-foot or the 6. Nope, 6-foot. But since the cable is on the bottom and it's at an angle there, trying to put in a straight plug is a little problematic. So I got a 90-degree plug that should fit in a lot easier with no problems. But I got right orientation. Oh, now that makes it for a cleaner plug-in. Plug that in there, flip a switch. few things start to come on. Still don't know why all of a sudden it gets crazy on the loading of Linux. Um, when I when I had it running on the bench before I installed it in the printer, it didn't do that. But now for some reason it is. So I don't know if it's like a driver package or something. But Clipper screen comes up just fine. So no big deal there. Yesterday on stream, and you'll like this, Aaron, if you're still there and hanging out. Hoyty suggested that we do a turbo snap. So we did the Annex Engineering turbo snap. And he came out really well. I know it looks rough, but there is an actual texture in the STL. So this is true to the STL. This is with zero tuning. All I have done on this printer is tuned or not tuned, E-steps. I have not done anything further than just E-steps here. And this came out perfect. And this is a Rapido 2, and this was printing PLA. So that's PLA, 3 walls, 3 top and bottom, and 15% infill. And even the bottom came out perfect. So on this printer, we do have a couple of macros, and one of those macros, if I can figure out macros, or macros, could be a macro for basically preheating. I can't remember which one is which. So we will just come over here to our main sail interface. She's up and running. Do it the old fashioned way. So I just kicked it to 260 and 110. So it's going to get warm here in a little bit. And I'm going to need some ABS to feed her. Should have some of that readily at hand. This has been sitting out for quite a while, so it would probably do well to have some drying time, but why would we do the right thing and dry things? Now, I will say that this is all of the hardware that came with this kit. And everything is put together. And this is all the leftover hardware. Oh, but wait, there's more. This is additional hardware that came with it as well that I have had to dig into. So I think there's some differences in the between the 1.1, which would be this kit, and 1.2, which had the need for some additional different sizes of fasteners. So I am kind of raking it in on additional fasteners between all the LDO kits and this kit and stuff like that. So for right now, our hot end is at 260. Our heated bed is at 101. The beacon probe is still reading 33 degrees Celsius. So at some point, I need to add a chamber thermistor in here. And I do believe there's another set of pins there specifically to add a chamber thermistor on the carabiner, if I remember right, because I know there's pinouts on the distribution board for it. So I would just need to add another connector in order to add a chamber thermistor in here somewhere around the tool head. So I hope everybody's doing good today. Like I said, I'm just streaming for a while. One, I just wanted to get this closed in and start working on heating some things up. And then two, um, you know, the missus is out, so I've got nothing else better to do. So just like that, we got things heated up. I'm not sure where the chamber temp will go to or how high it will get. I can so for giggles, I pop one of these in my boron just to kind of see where it gets at. Um, I just need a good place that I can stick this that won't be in the way and won't vibrate all over the place because it won't magnetize to the actual back plates because they're aluminum. Putting it at the bottom is not nearly as useful because all the heat's going to rise up. And if I sit it directly on top of one of the motors, then we'll get skewed readings because of the motor itself. Eh, we'll check it later. We'll try and check it via a couple of different meters. But the bed's up to temp. The extruder's up to temp. Now I'm going to do a homing. Try that again. I don't know what that was about. Yeah, I'm seeing the bed kink on the purge bucket, so I'm going to need to redo this part here, move the bed a bit. Oh, wow. Where at, Timor? Like, are you over on the West Coast or where? Inland Empire, California. Okay. Wow. Hopefully stay safe. Hopefully not too much damage. I remember waking up in Alaska to a shaker, and yeah, that scares the crap out of you when all of a sudden things are falling off shelves and off bookcases, and looks like a 4.4. Okay. So the temperature on the beacon probe is about 56 now, so it's probably going to keep giving me weird readings as it continues to heat up. You really want to let your chamber temp, well, your chamber come up to temp and everything solidify. So what I'm or stabilize, solidify. What I'm going to do now is just drop this down and give me some room. But I'm catching on the purge bucket. So what I need to do, this is just adjust my bed over to the side a little bit. This is going to make getting to the purge bucket a little bit more problematic, but I'm wondering if the purge bucket itself. My build plate is just a little oversized. So the heated bed itself is 180 by 180. My build plate is 185 by 185. Where that purge bucket's at, I mean, it's right next to the heated bed when it's printing. So we've been going for a while, right? Let me go back to our beacon page, which I have apparently closed already. And we'll come over here, and we ran everything cold. So everything we did was cold. It does talk about doing a hot calibration. So for the first run, is perfectly fine to calibrate it cold. For longer term use, and to get the best performance, temperature performance out of your beacon, it's best to bring your bed up to temp, let it soak with beacon at the homing distance, then calibrate with the bed and beacon hot. So as we've been chatting, this whole thing has been heating up. The beacon's sitting there at 60 degrees Celsius and continuing to heat up. So I'm going to let it heat soak for a little bit longer. And then we'll go through and we'll do some probe accuracy tests and stuff like that. I'm going to take a quick seat. Epicenter about 10 miles away. Oof. Okay. Yeah. I mean, a 4 isn't too bad. Do I have the fast Z tilt macro for beacon? Maybe. So we homed. Let's do a Z tilt. Still need to change my Z hop. It's at like 10, and it really should be a lot shorter. No, I got it, Aaron. Pointy gave it to me yesterday. And it was so what it does is it does the first pass a little bit slower, and then it'll start speeding up. So that's what Aaron was kind of talking about. So real fast, let me come in here and just fix a couple of things. Once again, I'm still letting this chamber go through and heat itself up. And beacon. Oh, 55. Keep things heated up. So everything's been kind of going for a bit. Out here in real land, we're seeing 23.2 C. Beacon coil is reading 62 C right now. I'm just going to take this and set it in back here for a second, couple of seconds, and see where it pops up to. And so, Aaron, I do have that faster macro that 40 provided. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to do a chamber thermistor. I just need to figure out the best place to put it. Um, I'll probably kind of route it around and put it at the top of the, I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to have to do a chamber thermistor. I'm half afraid to move it while this is up there, but so we did blah, 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 home. Thank you for the follow, Bumble. Bumble 9488. Appreciate it. So right now we are just kind of chillaxing. Um, we put on all of our panels, so this will be the first time we're heating up this printer to a normal or expected temperature for it. So what is keeping this door from closing all the way? Got a heck of a gap right here where something's preventing the door from closing. This? Oh, it was my top hat that's okay. That was weird. Um, so the beacon coil is now up to 67. I'm at 25 and a half and rising on that thermistor I put in there. Let's see if it stays up there as we do the next crazy thing. So we're going to home again. Then we're going to run a bed mesh. So sealed chamber heat stoked and calibrate. So this is a 100 by 100 point probe at 500 millimeters a second and 20,000 acceleration being performed by a beacon probe. It'll do 2 passes. It is way overkill for a 180 millimeter bed, but why not? Okay. So this is our heat map. Apparently this front edge, it kind of falls off a bit. I'm not sure why. We've got a 0.22 range on this. and you're going, wow, there's a lot of spikes. Well, I'm scanning a textured bed. The only thing I can think of, I was thinking about popping the flatbed on there and run another scan and see if it still does these spikes or if it cleans up because of the having a flat surface to scan versus PEI textured plate. Real fast before I go any further, I do want to load filament. There goes our blue filament. Okay, and let me real quick just slice something for this printer. So we will do a standard Orca cube. Quick, fast, and easy. 40 minutes. I've got my speeds up a bit. I know I'm not going to overrun the flow on a Rapido 2, which is what is in this printer. But I haven't, once again, I haven't done input shaping or anything. So I don't know exactly how fast I can push it. Why not? Right? Let's start ramping some things up. Okay, so we're going to start doing an Orca cube. So the bed's going to drop down to 105 because I'm just using the generic ABS profile in Orca Slicer. So it goes at 105 instead of 110. And then I believe I've got the hot end set to 260 for that. Now this is a Rapido 2 in an ultra high flow configuration with I believe a 0.4 standard nozzle in it. At some point, if I can verify that I'm going to get good chamber temps in here. I do have a zero point 0.4 and a zero point 0.6 tungsten carbide nozzle from Thetis. So those will be put into use on a couple of my printers. Especially since I'm planning on um, running polycarbonate carbon fiber parts for my black box build. Just waiting for notification from KB3D Chris. He's getting ready to export the files to me soon. I do tend to run a full bed mesh um, at every print, just because it's pretty fast. It's pretty easy to do, so I figure why not. So I guess it helps if I flip it over to here. It actually work a little bit better if I put this up here. So let me see if door is going to give us any problems here. Okay. Much of an angle as I can. Once again, X will be coming towards you. Y will be coming this way when it does the print. So I am using the adaptive line purge from Camp. I'm just not using Camp because there's no need to. Now I don't have any filtration in here just yet. So that is also something I'll have to do is figure out, a bento box or something that I can mount here. The good news is with the purge bucket on the back side of the printer here, that means there's room on that side where the bed's not going to be impacting anything. So I should be able to mount a bento box somewhere on that side and then run it out. Raise you up another set and see if we can get a better angle on that print. I'll raise you up another box. So I did ramp it up a bit. Once again, accelerations are set at 20,000. And I am printing outer at 150 and all inner walls and stuff at, I believe 250. First layer was 50. First layer infill was 105. Outer walls 150, inner walls 250. Sparse infill, internal solid infill are all at 250. Top surface will be at 100. So yeah, it kind of gives you an idea of what the kinematics are capable of speed-wise. And I should not be outrunning the hot end. So what's everybody up to today? Are you actually working, Aaron, or are you just out checking things out? Saw me online and felt the need to harass. And how's your micron doing? Because that's going to be on the docket here soon, is starting the micron. And then once I get the Chewy build done, I think the weekend stream will be the DFH Trident 350 kit. And I thought I had everything printed for the micron. I just have to find the box of parts. So we should be ready to just get started on the micron build. At least I thought I had printed all the parts for the micron. I know I at least had them all sliced. Maybe I didn't print them and I needed to start printing them and I had to change my printing plan. So other than that, a couple of the other projects that we have started soon is, whoops, and we had things break off and we were making spaghetti. So let's stop. I don't necessarily think it was okay. That was weird. Apparently it lost communication with the constellation when I told it to stop. Not always a I have to move some things around so the door open and clear up the a full host. This is most likely my fault because I never did a rebed leveling. Set the Z offset for a high temp chamber. So home. Hmm. Okay, so we got that. I need to, things should be right back up at temp now. Just for grins, let me do a nozzle wipe. Okay. Them all, and then we'll need to do the paper trip and get our Z offset set again, our probe Z offset. We will do a beacon calibrate again. It wasn't a crash. We did looking at the bottom, it looks like our Z offset was off. So we had our Z offset dialed in. So at for PLA in a open air environment, and I never redid the Z offset in a warmed up chamber. So that's what I'm getting ready to do right now. Ah, what you do is you set your Z offset, and then it'll probe. It calibrates the probe, and then all we have to do is save our config, bring everything back up where we were at again, and start up again. Um, we're going to need probably something a little bigger to check and make sure that we've got our Z offset set 100% correctly now. So let me set up my standard, which is not a Orca cube, and then we'll come back to the Orca cube. So what I do is simply just put a cube on the plate, go into the scale and switch it to, I normally do 120, but on this I'll do a 160 by 160 cube and 0.4 millimeters, so 2 layer heights. That gives me plenty of time to adjust it up and down as it's printing. Slice the plate, and we'll go ahead and do an upload and print. So at the moment, it's dropping the target temperature for the hot end back down to 145. I have it set like that just because it's the same kind of start macro as I have for tap on all my borons. I had the initial macros that I was using from the GitHub for the printer. It was just, I don't know, how can I say it? It wasn't working. I'm not saying that it wouldn't work. There was just a lot going on that I didn't think needed to be going on. So I stripped a bunch of stuff out and cleaned things up. And I will probably clean up a bunch more as well. And I think one of the things I need to do is put something in these grommet holes to kind of cover them up some, because with these two 60-20 fans, they're pulling air in to the chamber and evacuating it out through the top and bottom. So they're blowing air towards the front or the backside of this display, basically. And I think it's creating so much airflow that it's pulling hot air out of the chamber, because there are a lot of big gaps there in the grommets. So it reached the number of probe iterations and hadn't got there yet, so it died again. So restarted a third time. More tweaks will happen. I said this is that case of just trying to get everything tweaked and get all your macros tweaked in. I'm going to put you guys on mute real fast. I need to blow my nose. I don't want to do that on stream. So also, once we get the beacon H in, which, like I mentioned on the previous stream, this is currently the beacon Rev E. Once I get the H version in, the H version works better in enclosed chambers at higher temps, and it also includes an accelerometer. And it should be just a straight drop-in replacement. So I will unplug the cable at the beacon end. I will remove the beacon Rev E, install the beacon Rev H, plug the cable back in. I will have to get a new serial ID and update my configuration, and then the beacon should just be working again. And everything should be there in the configs to allow for ADXL and input shaping. So, and we just got a Clipper shutdown. So the beacon sensor was not receiving data. Interesting. So the beacon failed there. Yeah, 100 by 100 can cause, and you know, I had it there. It's pretty cool to see it go. It's really not needed on this bed. I'm going to drop it back down to a 10 by 10. Bed mesh. Yeah. Well, and by default, it's a 10 by 10. So, just on stream the other day, everybody was like, ooh, you know, I wonder what it would look like at 100 by 100 on a 180 bed. So that's what I was doing. You know, just listening to my stream folks. They wanted fast and cool. I gave them fast and cool. Shenanigans, rating on in with a party of 12. Welcome on in. Hey, Creatix Brit. Are you doing the squirrel shaking the booty thing? Hey, Ramon, welcome on in. So we were starting to do an Orca cube. Now that we have everything enclosed on our printer, let me kill this one and go back out to the larger view. So we've got all of our enclosure put together. We got the side panels on, which are once again 3mm aluminum. We've got our top hat on. We've got our 6mm polycarbonate door on. So everything's fully enclosed. We've been working on, we tried to run an Orca slicer or Orca cube print, and it failed because it detached from the bed. And looking at it, it was simply a fact that the Z offset was off. So yesterday on stream, we printed a turbo snail. So this is an Annex Engineering turbo snail. And this is printed in PLA. And at first you're like, hey, that texture looks rough. No, that's actually part of the model. It is a textured model. So it came out really well. There's our bottom. So we had the bottom layer dialed in beautifully for PLA open air. But now that we've closed everything in, we need to redo our Z offset. So that's what we're going to work on. Squirrel boots. Yep, squirrel boots. So welcome on in. Thank you for rating me, Shenanigans. Once again, this is kind of another impromptu stream. I was the real goal of this stream was to stream for a little while when the missus was out of the house, because I have a 100-foot long Ethernet cable running from my streaming computer down the stairs, across the hallway, and all the way across the bedroom, and plugged in directly into the router. And I haven't dropped a single frame out of 40,000 plus frames. So yeah, I think I solved my problem. All right, Shenanigans, have fun. Have a great day. We'll switch over here to the other camera view so that we can just see where we're at with our first layer. We might be a little bit too low still, but we'll see once we start doing the actual infill. If we start seeing some ripples, we'll just raise it up a little bit at a time until we make the ripples go away. And then that's where we know that we've got a good layer height. Yeah, I mean, it's convenient, but it's obviously not that convenient. So, like I said, running an Ethernet cable the way I have it works as a interim measure, but the next measure, and I just looked, and I don't think any of my Ethernet cable is plenum rated, so I shouldn't be running it up in an attic or in the walls. So I know that Evil Diesel has some plenum rated cabling, and I'm going to go get some of that, probably get him to help me, and I'll have to go up into the attic, drill a hole in the header plate for that wall, fish a cable down. There shouldn't be any insulation in the wall. Just fish a cable down, pop a hole, and add a jack box or an after the fact box to install the cable on. You know, a couple of keystone connectors, and I'm done. I've done it before. It's not that hard. It's just needing to get up in the attic. Oh, heck, Dan, I think that's money. Yeah, looking at this, I'm going to bring you guys up and over in a bit to see this, but darn it. Sorry. Caught the extension. Pretty much money there. We're not getting any well, no, we're starting to get a little bit of ripple effect there. Definitely not as much as we had when we were doing the PLA. So let me raise this up a little bit. See if we can't get that to go away. Sorry about that. Not sure if you guys can see the ripples that are. Most of it's gone away. So just another little, raise it just another little bit. So the ripples can be one of two things. You could be too close or too far away. But the too far away, you'll see gaps between the lines. Where too close, and you'll see the ripples. Got some very faint ripples still. So, and I am stepping up like 0.001 or 0.005. So not a lot of step up here at each time, just minor corrections. Once again, I've only done E-steps. I haven't done extrusion multiplier, or I haven't done any pressure advanced testing. It's just it has just been print and go basically, or yeah, send it. So I'm dealing with a little bit more rippling that's showing up on the front left. So the trick is going to be to raise it up to get rid of the rippling on the front left without then causing layer separation on the rear right, or the rest of it. I'm gonna let this finish so I can see what this full plate kind of first layer looks like. Because I really do want to see what it winds up looking like, and to see how I can fix some things. One of the things that Hoity and Turtle were talking about was some of this inconsistency in the bed could also be some twisting in the frame, not the bed itself, but some twisting in the actual frame. So we'll have to take a look at that as well. And see if there's anything we need to do for that. Yeah, I think we're good. I think everything is nice and tight. So just a matter of working through the layer issues right now, and then kicking off a print and getting a print going. I may have to see about the mods down the way of maybe adding lights to the printer. Just because I think it would be nice to have some lights, and the insides of these are angled just perfectly, so possibility or probability of being able to put lights in there should be good. I think definitely can chew through some filament roll. Almost done with the first layer, and once it gets started on the second layer, I'll cancel it. Okay. Bridge bucket's working. That's good. Go ahead and peel up this first layer. Definitely nice and hot. I think we got all of the ripples out of it over time. The big trick to see if we got all of our ripples out. So besides the pieces, you can see it. There was some ripples. Go over here. I raised it up some more, but the trick is going to be in can I pull a layer line? Now here I can, and I know why, because I picked the bad, I raised it up by 0.5 instead of 0.005. But everything here is well adhered, and even this piece, those layer lines are well adhered. So I think I'm pretty close to good with a point 0, was it 0.095 up the offset. So I'm going to save that, save the config. Well, yeah. And the thing is I'm looking for a good layer where it's not doing the rippling, but I'm still getting good layer adhesion between the layers. And then once again, I haven't done any extrusion multiplier stuff yet. So that may be something that I need to work on down the road. But yeah. So let's try that Orca cube again. And thanks everybody for sticking around, that joined in from Shenanigans. I really do appreciate it. I will be working on this printer a little bit more in the background after this stream, just to, you know, do the extrusion multiplier test, do some of the other tests to try and dial in the prints, and then, or not the prints, but dial in the printer itself, and then that will let me start getting some better prints out. And I keep forgetting. You guys almost let me forget it. That wouldn't have caused a problem for this print, but it might have caused an issue with the scan in that front edge, which would have thrown off a bed mesh. So you said, Aaron, you said your beacon should be there Monday? I'll have to check my my stuff and see. Apparently, I need to go through and clean up my inbox. It helps when trying to find things. So mine's showing it should be here by Tuesday. So yay! So by next week, I should have the ability to, like I said, swap out that beacon. I should just need to change the serial ID. And then I'll also be able to do ADXL input shaping off of the toolhead itself. Can't bring you guys in. Whoops. Sure if this is helping or hindering or What is it? Oh, that's what it is. It's this screen that is picking up on. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. If I do something like that, that glare will go away. Yeah, much better first layer. Maybe a little bit of over extrusion. So yeah, the EM tests are going to be needed for this. Which is what I'll do later today is work on the extrusion multiplier test. And then, like I said, the extrusion multiplier test and flow rate tests and stuff, pressure advance. Go ahead and drop the extrusion multiplier or extrusion, yeah, multiplier down slightly. This is going to be like like a 30-ish minute cube. Not bad. Not I'm not a true speed demon, so I'm not looking to like speedboat benchy it and stuff. In fact, this is the first time I've set my maximum acceleration above like 8,000. Right now, the acceleration for the printers in firmware is set at 20,000. And on the slicer, I think it's set to 5,000. So, but even had I set it to 20, it's not, this isn't a big enough print to where it would even hit the max excel anyhow. Travel moves are 500. I also haven't validated like belt tensions or anything like that yet either. We just have a mechanical build done, and I'm gonna run it a little bit and let things kind of stretch and settle in a bit, and then we'll come around and do some other stuff. Like I said, who knows? This will get a most likely get the point 0.4 tungsten carbide nozzle on it. The 350 Trident will most likely get a 0.6 because it'll be a much larger printer, and I'll be using that to do larger prints for some cosplay stuff that I have in the works. Apparently, I've agreed with Creatix Brit to build a droid. And I'm seriously thinking about starting to print the parts for a DO droid, Brit, if they're still hanging around. Whether or not that's the one we go with for Earth or not. Um, yeah, I keep looking at it and it's just like, oh God, I, I think it'd be cool. Um, but like I said, I think I might like start, try and get a head start on building it. And if it feels like it's going to get too difficult, then I can give you a heads up and be like, hey, this may be a little bit too difficult. Let's go back and go in for a Lola or some uh some of the smaller droids. So even at the speeds and stuff here, max flow rates are honestly, other than one spike where I see it like really spike up, it's all at even Revo speeds still right now as far as flow rate goes. Yeah, because I know we were talking about the Dios. I know we were talking about um, some of the smaller tracked ones, or maybe even like the some of the mini astromech droids. I don't think building a full size astromech is within the scope at this point, but possibly doing one of the little mini ones would be so cool. Yeah, full size is a lot. It's definitely a lot. Um, yeah, I'm apparently getting more and more accustomed to more complex builds. You know, especially pulling this one off and then having the black box coming down the pipe here fairly soon. Um, I'll get a trad rack built onto this, and things will be going, I'll say, swimmingly. Double checks. These were And we're gonna have to try a new extrusion link for my trad rack. Yeah, but definitely interested in doing some mechs. My wife was talking to me last night, and out of the blue, because she's probably going to be at the table at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest. She was like, if you build one of those little robots and teach me how to use it, I'll run it. That way, you guys can stay at the table. And it took me a minute to realize she was talking about a ant weight battle bot. So I think I'm going to wind up building an ant weight battle bot as well, and see about getting the misses hooked up on that, and just let her run it around the house and stuff, and then take it out there and run it at the show. I just need to get some of the rules on it. Um, so where are they? They should be there because I think all the mini mechs are there as well. But if, what was it? The Droid Factory where we were looking at. Or Droid Division. Printeddroid.com. Here we go. Yeah, Angus has some Antweight BattleBot design stuff. So this is, I believe, where we were looking. And Fire Droid. Space. Full size remote control. There's the DO that I was looking at, wanting to do. BD1 would be pretty cool too. So here we go, the 40% mini droids. This is pretty much all of the astromechs in a smaller size, which means smaller motors and all of that. Yeah, so say like a mini R2, 40% size. I'm surprised they don't have all of the recommended print settings and all that stuff. Here we go. So for this is cheap. So CH33P, cheap. Super easy to print, build, remote control droid. Electronic components are Drano Nano, small driver board. Yeah. Yeah. So things like this, like doing the little minis would be a little bit better. Even a walking gaunt droid at 40% would be pretty interesting. Um, like I said, the little Dio is really cool. And so I don't know if you can tell right, whoops, not going to be able to because that banner. The this center tire portion is just a couple of millimeters lower than the two outer hubs. So the outer hubs are what are moving and giving you your movement. The center tire is really there just for show. It doesn't actually do anything. But they've got all the sound files and everything for him and stuff. This is obviously still a prototype because he does have one wire hanging out, but all the wires go up through the main arm into that rectangle-ish head mount and then up. So yeah, that's why he's got me kind of I guess I'm kind of crushing on Dio if that makes sense. But price tag's not too bad either, 150 to 300 bucks depending on what options you choose. And they've got so they walk you through all the different things that you would need, right? But they also have some custom boards for it as well that you can get, um, and which will make the wiring a lot easier to do. That might be something worth doing as well, which is why I was looking at Dio. I just need to see how big those wheels are. Because I believe it runs on the same 10 channel remote that I use for the Death Racers as well. So that's another bonus is all I need is another receiver, and that 10 channel remote I can program multiple things into. And hey, Still Monkey Research, how's it going? Dark Golem, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. We're just sitting here chatting about droids and a droid build that me and Creatix Brit are going to be doing. We're planning on doing, I'll say, his and hers, light and dark type droid builds. And speaking of droids and robots, this is my latest robot that is printing. I'll pull out for the larger view. So this is my Annex Engineering K3. We put the panels on it today. As of yesterday, it pushed plastic for the first time. Oh, you were talking some Warhammer. Very nice. So as of yesterday, we printed, pushed plastic and printed for the first time, which was a turbo snail, and I'll show that to you here in a second. And right now we're printing a Orca cube. Now that we've got all the panels, this is a KVP fluorescent blue ABS. But here's our turbo snail, the Annex Engineering turbo snail that we printed in PLA. So his shell is an actual turbo. Our first layer was well dialed in on this. So we just had to do the first layer on this after getting, heating everything up and going over to ABS. You got to get your first layer dialed back in again. So we got that dialed back in, and this will be a dedicated, I'll say, hotbox printer. And if I decide to print the droid in ABS, then it'll be done on my Borons. If I decide to go in PLA, it'll most likely be printed on my 350 size, 350, 370 by 370 size Ender 5 Plus. It's been converted to a 0G, Mercury 1 0G, or 0G Mercury 1. Oh yeah, Dark Golem. That would be really cool too. Some Warhammer terrain and stuff like that. Yeah, you like the mini chopper and the R2 units. So if we come over here to the mini and micro droids, you've got a here you go. That's the BR2U. There we go. Yeah, so the BBR2. So this is the smaller size R2. Hey, West One, how's it going? And then the chopper, not sure which one is chopper at the small size, but basically it's this size, and you can print the different domes to make it the different one, right? And so it's just a dome and a color scheme to make it an R2 or the chopper and so forth. I think this is the, yeah, this one's the chopper over here, right? Because it has the vertical saw blade and stuff. So and yeah, so just a couple of things, no big deal there. Then this one's kind of cool too. The BR2U, so it's the Brew 2U, so it's kind of like a Death Racer tracks with a different style driver, and it's a like a beer delivery one. That's kind of cute. Little rover iBot. There's all kinds of cool little mini droids here. Little mini mouse droid. Sand crawler. No pictures on the sand crawler. Darn it. Yeah, a lot of little ones, a lot of the bigger ones, the standard ones that we're used to seeing. So this would be the standard size chopper. Yeah, so it had that vertical on the one side. This would be the standard size chopper, and of course they have all the files to do it in the mini as well. So yep. So I like Chopper a lot as well. I really liked him from the animated series, so that was cool. And now seeing him in he's in Ahsoka. I think he is in Ahsoka, right? Chopper? Yeah, the standard mouse droid is based off of a standard RC car, and you can get the top and bottom portion in vacuum formed plastic. So you can order those, which makes it a lot easier. The more expense there is the actual RC car that you're going to use as a base. Yeah, Chopper does have an attitude, which is cool. And then you've got Chief. Actually, I think all the R2 style droids have like a little bit of attitude, you know. They're standard R2 series droids. But yeah, it's got the sounds, it's got the print settings. The thing with the R2 droids though is you can even either have them, I'll say like closed body where they're really not animated, or as you build them, you can animate all the doors and have all the different doors open, and you can really go like turbo crazy with them. The Lola from uh, the young Princess Leia's little personnel droid. This is a really cool small build as well. And there are some, you can do the lights. You can do some different like flapping of the wings and stuff like that. Just say, hey, today Friday Tears. Why Friday Tears, Pezliz? No Friday Tears. See, there you go, Creatix Brit. There's your little your little animatronics and movement and stuff. See, that would be great to have on the table for all the little kids coming by. And that should be a good enough size that you can like FDM print most of the body and then like resin print the little wings and stuff. Yeah, that's definitely a cute little one. Yeah, this is the one I think is really cool looking too. This is B2 from Andor. Um, this is a really cool droid, but man, we're getting into expensive territory, and it's a big, heavy droid because the center sections lift up. So yeah, this one gets into a lot more complexity. Of course, BB-8 being your rolling base. You can do this as a BB-8, but you can also do it with a different style head and do the was it BB9, which is the um, Empire version of it. So once again, gets into a little bit of expense because of the way the movement system works. Online, welcome back. Hey, I didn't realize we've been going for about 4.5 hours. So yeah, there's a lot of different ones. Um, Brett, like I said, I really want to try and do a Dio. I think having Lola's on the table would be really cool as well. That's definitely something that we could do. Um, and especially we just, like I said, we have to be careful with anything smaller that we do and just be careful when we're running them around on the ground. So we got to, kind of, you should definitely start a deal. Yeah. It's just when we're running some of the smaller stuff, we either need to have a sequestered area to run them in, or something like that, so that we don't want to trip people, or we don't want to hurt anybody, basically, or have anybody trip over them. The bigger astromechs, oh, we broke loose. Sitting here looking at droids and did not even notice that we had broken loose. So we're pushing our cube around. We're making some spaghetti. So let's go ahead and stop this print. Almost done as well. Darn it. You haven't tripped since the 90s? Oh, okay. So the screw is down pretty well. Okay, we could probably just be a little bit more squished. So, oops. Looking at our base there, we can be just a little more squished, but dimensional accuracy wise, our part does screw in together all the way. So print wise, we were doing good until we broke free. You know, we're getting some ringing. So once again, we don't have any tune on this yet. So from a pressure advance thing and ringing, we definitely need to do some work on this. So we're a little high, so let's adjust our offset down just a tad. Save that config. Yeah, but really I'm actually pretty happy with what we were getting until it foobarred, so that's good, especially considering we don't have any real tune on this yet. We definitely don't have pressure advance done yet, or not pressure advance, but input shaping. So we're running fast, but not, we'll say not clean. So let's set up a calibration print. Let me save these settings. Save those settings, come down to calibration. Let's do flow rate. And we'll get this started. This will be a 9-count grid with extrusion multipliers that'll be adjusted so that we can get a good idea of over under extrusion, pick out the higher end of what we like, because the second pass will start there and go step down one percentage point at a time. We can really get it dialed in. But no, that's perfectly fine because it validates that everything was printing good, right? We're pretty close on the first layer. We're just a little bit too high. So I dropped it down 0.001, excuse me, 0.01, which will give us good stick. Dimensional accuracy was still good. And we're just looking at, I don't know if you can see at the corners, but if you can tell how all of the corners kind of bulge. Come on. So all the corners kind of bulge out some, and that's indicative of needing to pressure advance tune it. Some of the ringing in there as well. So we'll get that squared away. And like I said, when my beacon gets here next week on Tuesday, I'll be able to swap out my Rev E for the Rev H, and it should just be physical unplug, 2 screws, pull it out, put the new one in, 2 screws, plug it in, and then go into my Raspberry Pi and SSH in and get the new serial ID for that board, update the config, and now I have the Beacon H installed, and the Beacon H includes a accelerometer, so I can do input shaping directly off of it. So was there a dragon on your foot? Yeah. Um. Oh, like what am I looking for? My phone that I'm using as a flashlight. What was I going to look for? Checking to see if my wife had actually texted me yet. But she's still running around out of the house. So bed mesh, going back down to a 10 by 10 versus a 100 by 100 bed mesh. One, it goes a little bit faster. Two, here's our bed mesh. It's a 0.163 millimeter deviation. As you can tell, that left side is a little bit higher than the right side. It is compensating for the bed mesh. But yeah, it's not a bad bed mesh. It like I said, it could always be better. And in talking with Hoity and Turtle Crawler, they said some of that could be a twist in my gantry. Though if there is, it's very minor. And from what I'm seeing in this print and the print quality, I mean, I think once I dial in the extrusion multiplier and things like that, that this should be just fine. Get some input shaping and let it run. I mean, look at that overhang and how smooth that overhang is. Once again, it prints like this. That's about a 45 millimeter or 45 degree overhang. And that printed so smooth and well. And once again, this piece printed just as well. So plug it in and it just twists. So tolerance wise, it's doing pretty good. Yeah, exactly, Ramon. Quite honestly, any bed that I'm getting that's, you know, point 0.2 or better is flat enough. The kinematics of the printer should be able to solve for that. We're pretty darn close to it. Um, so folks, we're coming up on 5 hours of streaming. So at 4 o'clock, I think I am going to call it quits. And well, go get some food because I'm getting a little hungry. Um, I've tested everything out, and I will say in coming up on 5 hours and 51,000 frames, I haven't dropped a single frame yet. So that tells me that doing a physical connection is what I needed to do for my stream. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Zombie. Yeah, we've been printing, so our cube here was going well until it broke free. Um, we've obviously got some over extrusion, need to do some input shaping and pressure advance. So we're doing some extrusion multiplier right now. You can see the bulging in the corners there. So we got to do some input shaping and pressure advance. But the two parts fit in very nicely. Everything is relatively clean. I'm not getting any, you know, any under extrusion or anything. This is running a Rapido 2 in ultra high flow configuration. So yeah, I think we're doing good. Yes, so that is a WaveShare 7.9 display. This is a WaveShare 7.9 display. They make it in an HDMI version, which uses I'll say like little circuit boards with two connectors to plug in the Raspberry Pi HDMI to the HDMI input of the screen. Same thing with the USB port, which is used for the touch capability of the HDMI display. How I've got this one, this is a DSI version. So it connects via the flat ribbon cable to the DSI connector on the Raspberry Pi, and you get all your controls that way. The Raspberry Pi, as it's mounted onto the screen, sits on 4 pogo pins, which are spring-loaded pins that make contact to some of the GPIOs. So you're actually plugging the power into the screen, and then the Raspberry Pi is picking up power through the 2 pogos on the GPIOs. So the other thing you should be able to do is plug it into the Raspberry Pi and power the screen through the Raspberry Pi using those same pogos. Yep, there you go. It's a WaveShare 7.9-inch display. Purchased it off of Amazon. So really like it. It's not bad. It's like $80 for the display. And I've seen people that have used this display, I believe, to sit as the display for V0 size printers. There's also, I want to say WaveShare has like an 11.4 display like this, just a lot longer. So pretty easy to set up and get going. So, but I really liked it. And really all I did is this is quote unquote the physical backside of the printer. Okay. So all I did was I took the front door panel and the right side panel and swapped them. So this is normally the front side of the printer where I'm standing, and this would be the right side. So I just switched the door panels. That way I don't need to change anything about the kinematics. And everything should just work fine. So if I really wanted to, I could switch it so this becomes X, this becomes Y. The problem with that, though, is you pretty much have to go through and customize the entire configuration to include your Z tilt and stuff. Because right now, back left, which would be front left, normally is Z. Z1's back here, Z2's here. To really do your Z tilt, you'd want to go Z, Z1, Z2 to make it look right as you're running everything. So it's like, I can let it act a little cattywampus to keep everything in the normal run. And at some point, I may just say I don't really need the screen, take the screen out, swap the panels, and I'm good to go. I don't have to change anything else in the configuration. So a couple of different ways you can go about doing it. So far, it's printing really well. Like I said, we did the turbo snail last night. Yeah, it's going really well until I did something and we lost communication with the constellation board again. That's something I need to look at and check out on the Discord as to why I might be losing communication. But here's our turbo snail. Kind of hard to see all the detail in the turbocharger itself because of my lighting. But he came out really good. This is texture that is on the model. So this isn't bad printing. This is, once again, PLA, first print off of this printer with no real tuning other than just doing E-step. We had our first layer really dialed in well. So yeah, this printer does print really good. I am trying to push it, which could be the other thing that I'm trying to push fast and I don't have something set right. I'll work on that configuration, but right now I'm going to, I think, find somebody to raid out to. See who may be on that hasn't already raided into me for streaming on a Friday during the day. Does anybody have any suggestions? And really, I don't have a lot to go on, so I think it may be Moco Made, which is somebody I have not raided into in a while. So yeah, so gang, thanks a lot for coming and hanging out with me on Friday, helping me validate what my main issue is with the stream. I really appreciate everybody hanging out and coming in and out throughout the day. We're printing. I need to figure out what's causing this issue. I don't know why it would lose communication, but we'll get that figured out. not a problem, and we'll get going. So thank you everybody for being here. Remember, tomorrow I will be streaming. It's a normal stream day tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We will not have this on the bench. We will have Chewy's 2.4 on the bench. We're really close to being done. I did a couple of things off stream on that one as well. And I think all I really need to do is wire up the bed, and we'll be able to actually start testing movement and, open air PLA printing on that as well. So that'll be good. And thanks everybody. Like I said, I'm going to set up a raid over to MocoMade. So thanks everybody for being here today and hanging out with me. Please join me in the raid over to MocoMade. They are a couple of loony siblings that have a lot of fun together. And I will see you all on Saturday. Bye now.